Not centered properly, am I? There we go. Welcome to Saturday morning. This is absolutely a coffee morning. I don't care what anybody says, it's a coffee morning. So, this area is called the Abyss Cliffs. I've been picking up hard drives, Mercer spheres, Sommer sloops, you know, that sort of stuff. The occasional power slug. The radiation protection is nifty. Means I can pick up all the stuff that's around uranium deposits. It appeals to the feline instinct for shinies. But this whole save is being held up by the fact that we need pasta. Nuclear pasta, to be precise. It's up there in the upper right. It wants 100. Tell you a little hint. It's not just 100. It wants more than that. But we'll get into that when we get into Tier 9. So I suspect that this is a production line that is gonna stay. But, well, I need to stop collecting shinies and actually start building, but... shinies. Besides, I'm almost done picking up all the stuff around this area. There's... no, maybe 3/4 done. It says there's another Sommer sloop and some Mercer spheres around here I haven't picked up yet. This general area. Oh. I'm using the hover pack because it allows for more fine manual control, as opposed to the jetpack, which is... it really only allows for verticality, and that's about it. A lot of blue slugs. I'm not really super in need of slugs, but it's like, they're right here. Why not? They're a resource I can't mass produce. Yet. It's around here somewhere. Y'all are so noisy. There's a Mercer sphere somewhere. Aha! And a Sommer sloop. Sloopy, sloopy. Ah! Chinese hunting. You just popped in right in front of me. Little toxic spider here. Okay. So what have I been up to? Well, I completely rebuilt this place. I said I was going to do it on stream. I got distracted. It's a cat thing. It's very easy to get distracted. But yeah, I fully rebuilt this thing. It's now using the optimal loop, while it produces slightly less, 0 wastewater. Fully self-contained. Been doing a little bit of balancing tweaks. Because, like, this section in the middle that was doing the casings wasn't getting anything for some reason. And this is full and backed up, so it's like I've been using smart splitters in overflow mode to overflow stuff from down there to over here. And the raw ingots are being used up so quickly that this buffer just isn't filling. So yeah, I've been keeping an eye on this. And whenever I go shiny hunting, I shove it all into the void. The void! Are you filling? Yeah, you're filling. Well, it's at least moving. I like that. It says there's a summer sloop out here. I'm gonna go look. I see a Mercer sphere up there. Right there. Oh, it won't let me ping when I'm in the scanner. Interesting. Sluggy boy. I think I need to get that hard drive still. Can I snag a power line somewhere? A side, B side. One second. Okay. There's a little bit of interference. Don't really need that. Doop. Doop. Time to go up a shroom. Up a shroom. I don't know what I'm going to do with all these slugs, honestly. I think I've got like 400 shards. Yeah, and 300. Still, it's like... not really using them, but I hear auspicious rumors that there will be an additional uses for them later. So, as well as the ability to mass produce them. At least that's what I've been told. It's supposed to be a summer sloop around here somewhere. I was promised sloopies. Maybe up here at the top? Sloopies? I'm not really seeing any sloopies. Mercer spheres? Shove it back into the calculator. Maybe I got it all? Stop. You're annoying. I know I got that hard drive. It's one of the first things I did. I'm very amused by the addition of the nitrogen node over there. Not sure what to do with that. It's weird, new, and different. For one, it's a new addition for 1.0. I just like, there's nitrogen here? During the rebuild, I came through and made these all Mark III miners. Which I think may have been over-engineering. I don't think any of them need Mark III miners. Okay, yeah, calculator says I've gotten everything on that side of the map. Or at least on that side of Blue Crater. But there's more, it says, over by that nitrogen node. Okay. Shoopy shoopy. Make sure I actually go and build pasta today. Like, the whole map is sort of waiting on that. I need to actually do that. And I was just like, let's do that on stream. Because that's cool. But no, my brain, my ADHD brain is just like, shinies. It's a cat thing. Motors. I literally added a new production line recently just to make motors. Gas obelisks. I can make all this stuff. Nothing really useful. The spore flowers are very angry at my presence. Look, calm down, would you? I'm just here to pick up the trash on the ground. And now there are suddenly spoodlers that weren't there a second ago. The mob pop-in is a bit annoying. I don't think it was ever this bad on Update 8. Alright, so that's that hard drive. Let's go towards that nitrogen node. All that coal. Brother, the coal. Ah, I see a summer sloopy. Whoop. Give me my flying. Walking's for pedestrians. A lot of little spiders and one really big boy, huh? Well, I won't disturb any of you by flying. I mean, for all I know, you're part of the ecosystem, so I'll just leave you be. Alright. That's more sloopy goodness. Oh my god, stop. Stop. There we go. I just want to get to my inventory. Sphere? The map thing says there should be spheres available that I haven't picked up yet. Over here by this nitrogen node. I hear something. No, not on the shroom. Down here. Ah! We're sneaky. I see how it is. Oh, piss off, you wanker. Cool kids don't look at explosions. Okay. So there's supposed to be another sphere over in that direction. Being is so pedestrian. Why is it not making noise? Okay. There's supposed to be one more over there. Somewhere over here. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. It's not out there on that ledge. According to the map, it's more out this way-ish? Oh, is that it over there? Yeah, I think it is. Shinies, shinies. I was supposed to be making pasta. Okay. Check my little map. I think that's just about everything over here. Just to go back over by the sulfur. Okay. Restock on our weapons. I made a nice little walkway for this. It says I missed some stuff over here. Hand scanner does not seem to agree. Ooh. Come on. Yeah, there's something here. Besides the cliff hog. But at this point, I've killed so many of them, I don't even care anymore. Just like, go live your best life, cliff hog. I don't care. It says it's over here. There's a SAM node. Shut up. Nobody asked you. Give me power line. Maybe it's under here. Shut up, Hatcher. Nobody cares. I still don't see it. The scanner says I'm right on top of it. Oh. Hello, you're on the ceiling.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
All right. Okay. Map says something sloopy over that way-ish. Hey, look. I made a bridge. Yes, something sloopy this way comes. I still don't know what that noise is. Whew. Deadfall. Gotta love it. Okay, let's not go that way. It's right around here, but maybe it's below us? I'll bet you it's in there. Shaloopy. Ah. It's a quiet Saturday morning. I'm just gonna keep doing this until the ADHD tells me not to. The debris is the Mercer sphere out here at the end. I should probably grab more pale berries. I'm kind of short on those. This feels a little bit like turbo fuel. Oh, hello. Okay. Geronimo! The next stop I wanted to make was down here in the valley. Because there should be some geysers down here that I haven't tapped yet. Dead spoodlers. I wonder why there are dead spoodlers here. Could easily be that they were murdered by a cluster of raccoons at some point. And just never picked up. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, yeah, geyser, right there. Hi. Geyser, impure. Okay. We got a big old train line going overhead. There's another one. Okay. What I need is a power line. Where are my power lines? There's also a hard drive over here. Map says my power lines are on the other side of this ridge. Well, that's convenient. Yep. Sure enough. Map doesn't lie. There are my power lines. Which is super convenient because, hey, look! It's that valley in grassy fields with the two big empty pits into the abyss. Those of you who were around in last season will remember, oh, hey, this is where she built the pasta factory. Yes. And we will again. Slug. Well, I literally just clipped that power tower right through that branch. I could fix it, but I don't care. I have a train line right there. Power towers. I would need to get the train down to the ground, though. Piggies! Feline establishes dominance. Ragdoll funny. Ooh!
Nice.
Hey! Sam! It's a Sam! How you doing? It's a day! Yes, it's a day. It could potentially even be a good day. We don't know. It's early yet. I'm going to be optimistic. Because the alternative is too depressing. But hey, you're here. Your internet's working. Otherwise, I don't know how you'd be here. So, those seem positive. Yeah. I seem to remember last time around, I had a big factory down there, and so I had a train line that just sort of came down to the ground level and went off in that direction under that arch. And that's pretty much where I started this factory. Upload the piggy. Don't run away from me. The line establishes dominance. Yes, there are like 3 copper nodes there. 1, 2, 3. And they're normal nodes. Plus there's another normal node over here. There's a bunch of normal copper nodes, and we're going to need them. Because if there's one thing about pasta, see, yeah, there it is. Normal. Piggy. Upload the piggy. Yeah, and there's like another normal node over there. So I also want to say on the far side of the valley, there's a bunch more nodes, including at least 1 copper. And if we go over and look, at our 1.0 Satisfactory tools, come on. Oh my word, why? I'm just trying to drag it up. Why is it opening a new window? There we go. Very simple little production line. I'm gonna make 2 nuclear pasta a minute, 4 particle accelerators. It's gonna take 8 constructors of copper powder. But that's where things start to get interesting, because to feed 8 constructors for copper powder is going to be 24 foundries sitting there mixing together copper and iron ore in equal parts. 24. That's, feeding that's going to be a chore. Now, fortunately, we can overclock. There's 1 there. 2, 3, 4. Do I have a gap in my towers right there? Because I know there's a node there. I just showed it to you. There's a gap in the towers right there. Okay. I kind of want to fix that. But yeah. 2, 3, 4. There's another one here for 5. Another one here for 6. 6 times 480. That's before we've overclocked them. Is already 2880. That's double what that production line was asking for, which was 1,200. So maybe we can, if we overclocked these things, do better. Let's think math a bit. So if I'm not mistaken, there's also a ton of iron around here. Yeah, there's 4 normals right there. There's some more over in the blue crater, including there's a pure there. There's another pure there, but I've already tapped that. That's feeding into the aluminum plant. That's a normal right there. And I'm thinking that the train line's gonna come in sort of like boomf, 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 boomf. And just sort of follow the lay of the land there. You can see the train going by, so it's like, imagine the train line itself is coming across this way. Just sort of imagine there's a line there. There's also one down there. It'd take a bit of finagling to get it up out of the valley, but that's also a potentially tappable resource. So, going back over to our plan. Let's turn all this off. There's no bauxite in the area. There's not really any coal to speak of. However, we do know there's there is some limestone, there's some iron. We're gonna need to count the iron. Let's see what we've got. 2, 3, 4. Those are all impure. That's a normal. God, there's a lot of quartz in this area. But I'd say let's start with these 4 normals. They're pretty close, and they're all normals. So 240. Actually, they're all 240s. But we can overclock them by at least double, which would make them 480. And there's 4 of them, which isn't even starting to include all those impure nodes, so that's at least 1920. -1? What? There we go. And let's turn this up. Production line. Can we crank this up to 4? What does that do to our math? Result not good. Try 3. Good sign, good sign. It at least calculated a result. Usually when it doesn't calculate a result, that means you don't have enough materials in the area to feed it, which, considering how much this is going to take, would not surprise me in the least. 6 particle accelerators, 12 constructors, 36 foundries, all feeding this nonsense. We've already established we've got more than enough copper. And we literally just did the math on the iron. We've got 1920, and this is saying 1,800 of that would feed. Yeah, that's buildable. We can do that. Why am I so interested in doing as many as possible? Well, because again, it's not just the 100 that we need to finish phase, or phase 4 tier 8. On my private save, I've already done tier 9, so it's like I already know. We literally are gonna get another, in phase 5, it's literally gonna be like, hey, more nuclear pasta. Which is not that unusual. In some of the previous tiers, we've had parts from the previous tier we need to keep making. And in the case of tier 9, that's gonna be pasta. So, and plus, unlike most other space elevator parts, nuclear pasta gets used again as an actual part component in other things, which other space elevator parts don't do. They don't get used for anything except shoving them in the space elevator. But in this particular case, it then becomes a part and it gets used in something called a singularity cell, which you will see. Which we're actually going to be making a lot of those. So, yeah, having a backbone production that's as beefy as we can get it right now is a good thing. The flashlight, he does nothing. Nothing! So yeah, current goal, can we make, because last season we did 2 nuclear pasta a minute. And I think we've got the resources in this area to support 3. So that's going to be my goal. We're going to make 3 nuclear pasta a minute. We're going to put it on a train and send it back to our little headquarters base, because, well, that's where the space elevator is. Piggy! Load the piggy. Oh, did we actually fill up on nuts? We did! We had 900 nuts! Okay. Cool. So, we're gonna need 6 particle accelerators, 12 constructors, and 36 foundries. I'm looking at that math and I'm going, motherfuckers, we are absolutely going to have to blueprint that. It's absolutely going to need to be blueprinted. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We don't have a foundry or a constructor one yet. Gonna need to do that. Alright, so we have some getting ready for the project objectives. We're gonna also need to build a train line out there to support all of this fucking nonsense. This area that is nice and cleared of all shrubbery. This is the work of a cluster of raccoons, I suspect. I'm going over to the blueprinter. I wonder if we could do a blueprint for a particle accelerator on the Mark II blueprinter. I wonder if it would fit. Because I seem to remember the particle accelerator wouldn't even fit on a Mark I blueprinter. Would it fit on a Mark II? Maybe? Oh, yeah. Cat and Buzz is just sort of hovering in midair. There's not a lot of room to work with it, but I don't need a whole lot of room either. See, I love how I've got the lights here. Now that we're in a night scene and it's very dark out, the lights really help. This is why I put the lights up. Okay, so I have one little lift, and we're gonna have a splitter. I'm kind of thinking like these are gonna be in a line linearly. So like have a splitter set up there. And like a power pole. And on the back end, oop. What? I want a merger going back the other way. Bloop, bloop. Yes, indeedy do. And then it's like another one on each end, and they just sort of run a belt between them. Okay, okay, okay. One particle accelerator with accessories. Oh, too long. This stuff. Whatever. Mark my belts. Mark 1 power. No pipes. Mark 2 blueprinter. Particle accelerator. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Boundaries. Yes, looks very nice. Very nice. Let's, we're gonna clean this out, and we're gonna go blueprints, optical accelerator, 6. Why is QuickWire not uploading? That's weird. We're gonna need to look into that. I have a whole factory making that. It should be uploading. Oh, because it's full and its limit is 2,500. That's why. Problem, yeah, mystery solved. Foundries. Let's build some foundries. Because we are going to need a lot of these. A lot, a lot. I can fit 4. But if my math is right, that will still make this a lot easier, especially if I belt these equally. Where's my coffee? Let's think. Now, luckily, we have more room to work with in terms of belting, so... Loop, loop. Do the same on the other side. And then there will be a central point for input. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And it will feed both of them, so we're just going to go like that. Belt it. And street. Oh good, that fits. I was a little worried. I need to take these two out because they're in the way. There we go. Perfectly load balanced. At least as much as we can get with base gain splitters and mergers. No, just splitters in this case. And speaking of mergers, whoop. Merger. And then combine the lot. And that'll be the output for this set. Now, some power. I almost made them nice and uniform, but then I messed up one. I was trying to stick it right in the middle there. That one's actually a little off. See how there's a little square and I just stick the power pole right in the center? It doesn't really matter where you put it, just as long as you keep it consistent so that it looks uniform. Okay. Okay. I mean, personally, I think it looks ugly as sin, but I prefer the modular load balancers, so... We're working modless. Alright, let's see what we've got. 4 foundries, but... improved. So we've got Mark 5 belts, Mark 1 power, no pipes because they're foundries, Mark 2 blueprinter. And I've been using green because it's Mark 5 belts. Oh, can you imagine me going in and using Mark 6 belts and blueprinting it? Oof. We might need to. We'll see. Save. Clear. Take. Okay. Check my recipe again. Okay. Six particle accelerators, 36 foundries, but we've made a blueprint that holds 4 each, so 36 divided by 4 is 9. Nice, even numbers. I like it. Okay. 9 foundry blueprints. And the sun is starting to come up on Akicha. That's very helpful. It means more light. Very good, very good. Now, constructors. Can I fit 5 constructors here? Probably, but do I want to? No, I don't. Because 5 is a wacky number. It's a prime number. I can't really work with it, because the numbers that I have to work with are like, it's 12. Now, 12 divides evenly into like 3 and 4, 6. I don't think I can fit 6 on this thing. Because they're about 1 foundation in size. Yeah, and I just... no. Don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Clear. 5 is a wacky number. And almost never do I get the option in any of these builds to just do multiples of 5. 5, 10, 15, 20. It just never happens. It's like, in this case, it's 12, and that's just because I'm forcing it to use whole numbers as opposed to wackadoodle numbers. So... I do have a blueprint for 4, but it's using Mark III belts. Ugh. So let's work with this. I know why I do that, and I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I see why I do it. Fine. Okay, 4 constructors, but better. Okay, Mark 5 belts, Mark 2 power, Mark 2 blueprinter. Which, honestly, I could have done this in the Mark 1. But, you know, it's what I have right now. It's what I have set up. I don't really feel like mucking with it. Alright. Checking a recipe for pasta. 6 particle accelerators. 36 foundries. And we need 12 constructors, like I said. 12 divided by my blueprint of 4, so that's 3 blueprints. 1, 2, 3. All right. I'm still very amused by Cat just sort of sitting there in midair, drinking a coffee. Gold Coast B, Gold Coast C, Gold Coast D. How many of these did I put up? 10. Not enough. But Misa, that's a 10-car train. That's already pretty big for a Satisfactory train. Yes, but it's not enough. It's not enough! I don't like it. I don't like it. Because let's face it, this is going to be a monster of a train. Yes, this factory is going to be making nuclear pasta, which is literally, I put pressure conversion cubes on a train, take them out there, I turn them into nuclear pasta, and then bring them back. That's 2 freight cars. But this facility is going to be expanded to do at least 2 other things in the future. It's going to be expanded to produce power from a nuclear plant, which is going to take a bunch of parts over there from the main factory. And I eventually, because we're already mucking around with uranium, I want to make some nuclear nobelisks, which is going to take some more parts. But the nice thing about the nuclear plant is we now have the new technology of... We haven't actually unlocked it yet, have we? Just trust me. So uranium, which we then turn into uranium fuel cells, which we then turn into uranium fuel rods. They go into a nuclear reactor and get burned, and then it produces nuclear waste. Uranium waste, specifically. Now, at that point, what I did back in Update 8 was I then went on to, you know, it gets turned into non-fissile uranium, which then gets turned into plutonium pellets, which gets turned into plutonium cells, which then gets turned into plutonium fuel rods. No, I don't expect you to remember any of that nonsense. Here's the thing. In Update 8, I then took the plutonium fuel rods and awesome synced them. Because it was a nice, clean setup, and meant I didn't have to sit there and fuck around with nuclear waste. But all of that has changed. Because now, we have something we can do. It's not actually in here. Yeah, it doesn't show plutonium waste as a part. Even though if I went out there and built a nuclear reactor right now and shoved the plutonium fuel rods in, we would get plutonium waste out. Anyway, it doesn't show up in here because it's not a part yet. We need to get the rest of the production line, which is in tier 9. So, plutonium fuel rods get burned in an additional nuclear reactor. They get turned into plutonium waste. Now, there is now a recipe in tier 9 that takes the plutonium waste and makes something called fixonium. Fixonium then gets combined with some other things to create a fixonium fuel rod. Now, the nice thing about the fixonium fuel rod is it gets shoved into a nuclear reactor and then disappears. It gets atomized for all of its power potential and then vaporizes. No waste. Which is kind of unique and weirdly magical for a fictional element. But hey, whatever. We're working within the lore of the game we have. Even though we're absolutely violating the laws of physics. But hey, whatevs. Video game. Yeah, that's way too tight. It's not going to allow that. Two, three, four, five. Brr, 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 brr. Actually, let's go 2, 3, 4, 5. "90-degree turnabout there-ish." Yeah, it's not going to be able to make that type of turn, so let's go like schlorp, schlorp, schlorp. Balloon track. Okay. Okay. Now, because this is going to be an absolutely confusing nightmare if I don't label my work. All right. Do cyan parts. Aluminium. Aluminium casing. There we go. And we're going to make that train car 1. Car 2. Spoilers. I have a plan, just... I mean, I don't know if there's really anybody in my chat that actually cares about spoilers, but just in case, spoilers. Rotor. AI limiter. Which is actually going to get used in the Nobelisks. It wants crystal oscillators. So I have a plan that I'm going off of. I drew up a whole plan for this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pressure conversion cube. Eight. Smokeless powder, which of course is going to be used in the Novelisk. And of course, one of the ingredients for making them is actual Nobelisks, which is not surprising considering most other Nobelisk variants require base Nobelisks as a component. This is not surprising in the least. Then the last component that my plan calls for... Whoops. Electromagnetic control rods. And then we have one output, which is going to be 11 cooked pasta. So that's sort of the plan here. It's going to be a monster-ass train. But I'm also trying to only run one train there. Because if there's one thing that I discovered in the past, is lots of little trains has a detrimental effect when they're all trying to get through at the same time. All right, and this we are going to call nuclear power plant train. And we're going to start at Gold Coast, and we're going to load. Aluminum casings. We can't add spoilers yet because we're not in Tier 9 yet. Limiters. Why am I planning for all this Tier 9 stuff? Well, because part of this particular plant, the part that's going to do the whole Fixonium nuclear power plant thing, is a Tier 9 thing. This is a power plant that is going to get expanded and upgraded several times as we increase in, technological sophistication. Pressure conversion cube. Smokeless powder. Electromagnetic control rod. And we're going to unload. Basta. Save. Save. Now we just need to build the other side of this train line. You see, this is why in much earlier saves, the world train would just have become, 20, 30 cars. It was so unmanageable. Just because the nuclear power plant itself was like a third of that. And that's where I stopped building. So, we build. I'm gonna need to move that hypertube. It is in the way. Because I was not thinking too far ahead when I built it. In fact, I think we're probably going to be moving this hypertube almost the entire length of this train line. My very, very over-designed quickwire factory. It produces 1,200 quickwire a minute. But then it's like, I don't have belts that fast. Oops. I would be very amused if I could come back later with, Mark 6 belts and just replace it all with one belt. But, yeah, that's gonna take some work. We're a long way from that. We gotta get through phase 4 first.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello! Wakes up and rolls over. Hi, cat. Good morning. I am, I'm being the chef today. I'm cooking pasta. Nuclear pasta. There goes the aluminum train.
Oh my.
Yummy, Cat says. Yep. Yummy, yummy nuclear pasta. So, why is it called something so funny? Well, nuclear pasta is a real thing. Well, real as in it is theoretically... It is theorized to exist in the cores of neutron stars, pulsars, where the gravity is so high and so intense but hasn't quite fully crushed down into a black hole. It's like it hasn't quite, you know, gone over that line into just infinite gravity. And the neutrons have basically crushed down so much that they're just forming this layer of neutrons that are separated by layers of protons, and everything is crushed down really tight. And so you wind up with these lines of essentially what they eventually called noodles. Noodles of neutrons, protons, neutrons, protons, neutrons, protons alternating. Hence the idea of lasagna, or nuclear pasta. That's where it comes from. It is a hypothetical astronomy thing. Don't ask me how we're creating it in a particle accelerator. That's where it crosses the line into fucking magic. I mean, if it's theoretically possible that you can create a black hole by smashing particles together, which I'm not entirely convinced of, then I suppose it follows that in theory you could do neutron star material. It would take some seriously advanced science, which, well, if we're making elements that literally vaporize, then, and we have the nanotechnology to do shit like this, why did that bend? Why did that bow? Then sure, high enough level of technology exists, I guess, if you're assuming the existing context of the game's lore. We ask nicely. Exactly, Cat. I should probably, while I'm thinking about it, keep building the... Ooh. Ooh. Wait a minute. Wait just a gosh darn... Did you see the fish come up? Did the fish appear? I didn't see it. Okay, you did see it. Okay, good. I didn't, but that doesn't necessarily... Okay, good. As long as you saw it, that's what counts. I was afraid that something had broken again. Okay, good. Good. Thank you, Kat. Have I eaten? No, I haven't eaten anything. How long have I been on the air? 90 minutes. Could I eat something? Yeah, probably. I think in about 25 minutes, I'm gonna take a self-care break and work on that in the 15-minute break. But there's a couple other things I'm going to need to do at that same time. In the meantime... Oh, by the way, Kat, while you're here, there's something I want to show you. So first of all, your 12-ass Mark V unfinished. There it is. At least what's saved. It's like a majority of it is here and saved. but like when you actually set it down, it causes the whole thing to crash. Actually deploying this causes the game to crash. Here's your Pioneer. She's hovering in the sky, drinking a coffee. Just hovering in the sky, just chilling. Now that's some Buddha level ascension. Yeah. It's just like, I am at peace. I have inner harmony. I'm just hovering in the air. It's fine. We have achieved inner balance. Alright, let's... Ooh. Oh, I've been hydrating. I've been hydrating. I have coffee. But, there we go. I'm going to mark that as completed. There we go. Monitoring possible ban evader. I like how we have now reached the point in the technology that Automod sees coffee doesn't count as hydration. Okay, that may be true. That may be true. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. That is probably true. Oh. There we go. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to move the hypertube to this side, because on this side I'm just building more trains. Bloop. So as we go along, we're going to need to make sure to extend that hypertube. I'm also thinking of building one of my little hypertube junctions and then splitting it off, one going towards the aluminum plant and one going towards this nuclear pasta factory. Which, if you remember from Season 1 how I did those, and it's just basically the same thing. Now... if you remember the little line of paw prints from earlier, I'm kind of thinking of sending this train line down there-ish. Now, there's two ways I can do this. I can go... you can see where the Pioneer is right now. We could go up this ramp this way, or we could come this way and around. I'm not a big fan of this option because it feels like a whole lot of like zig and zag. So I was thinking of going like burp, 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 burp. Kind of like that, you know? Which would put that right about there. So, what I think we're gonna do with this train line is, let's get a foundation out and start doing a nice, easy descent. Yeah, remind me closer to the top of the hour. That was sort of my planned break time. I think at that point I will, A, get some additional hydration, B, get some food, C, you know, other break type activities. Also, Kat, do you want to jump in and keep working on your blueprint? Because, like, I'm working on this, but it's like... I needed that to get to the ground. Maybe I was a little too gentle with that slope. I will understand, though, if you're like doing your own stuff right now, that's fine. Now, what would be fun is if you were like streaming also on your channel. So according to my preliminary searching, coffee doesn't count as doesn't dehydrate you, but obviously water is better. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so let's try a little bit more of aggressive slope. I just want to miss that little, like, ridge there, which looks like it does. That's good. Okay, I don't like how it, like, kept going into the ground there. But now they're lost to the void, and I can't get to them.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Thank you, Cat. And see, this is the fun thing about having a soundboard. Okay, now we're on the ground. Which is what I needed. Now we need to bring the hyper tube out here. There goes the moth flying over the train line. Woo! Ooh. Aw, head pat. You didn't really answer my question though, Kat. It's like, do you want to come in and like keep working on your blueprint, or you know? Because it's like, I'm here. And no is an acceptable answer. How do I want to build this? Let's do a little block of foundations. And we're gonna give it the glass wall treatment. Make it too high, because one is way too few. Now, transport, hypertube wall hole, there, 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 and I think over here I'm just going to put a door and a ladder that just goes right to the ground. It's like, let me out of this mad box. Then, because, you know, Factory safety, there always must be an emergency exit. OSHA compliance. Little glass box. Hypertube entrance, hypertube entrance, hypertube entrance. And we are right next. And I did sort of plan this, actually, a little bit. Come on, give me lower power connection. Thank you. Ugh. Actually, I need a double wall plug. Thank you. And then... Okay. Hypertube junction box. Some people, like, have them set so you can just sit there and go directly into one or the other based on which way you lean, and it's just... that requires me to be paying attention, which, if I'm in a hypertube, I'm often not. Because it's like I'm looking at chat or something. This also has the advantage... okay, now that we've built out glass houses, time for stone throwing. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Time to throw some stones in our glass house. I also should self-care with food and water, etc. Well, tell you what. Options, manage sessions, session settings, Steam, apply. We'll make it so that you can join at your convenience. And the game crashed. All right.
What? What the fuck?
Exactly. Okay, let's go to the just chatting screen for a minute while I think what this tells me is, you know, we're almost at the top of the hour, so it's break time. Just do a 15-minute break. I'm gonna, like, set this up so that y'all can join. And also bring your avatar in. Yes! Isn't it? Oh, gosh. Once again, I'm going to shout out Indie Dairy because... God damn, and he does good work. Alright. Alright. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm taking a 15-minute break. Gonna do the usual break things, but I'm also going to hop into Discord so that you can jump in, Cat, in the private area anyway. And also I'm going to set up a shared session so you can bring your cat girl in. All right. Give me a few while I do that. First of all, turn on Satisfactory again. Host.
Hello there.
All right. Now, let's see where it's saved, shall we? Where the last save was. Oh! I think that was a crash that happened, like, literally as I was changing modes. And I think that, look, even that saved. I've worked on this particular save for 132 hours. All right. It's back up. I just think it was probably trying to save at the same time, and in between the two, it just went. One moment. Copy to clipboard. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna take this little box and I'm gonna go yeah. That doesn't clip with anything. Whoa! Hello!
What's this button do?
Well, thank you! Thank you for the subscribe, cat. I very much appreciate that. Also, keep in mind, one of the things we do have is we do have the little icons next to your name as a little perk for subscribers. The little like seedling flowers, and as you continue to subscribe, it blooms into a flower. I don't know. I thought it was really cool. The little thing, the little Easter egg that I set up for people who subscribe. Now, before I leave here, I want to label my work. Okay. So. And I'm actually going to use green for this because, like, exit signs, OSHA compliance. Okay, this way. This goes to Gold Coast. Back. Oh, I can do that. I can have two icons. Oh, heck yeah. So what if I go and I do like little factory icon and then have the arrow pointing up? Hell yeah, that looks cool. Except I think I'd rather reverse it. So it's like icon pointing up, little factory. Yeah, I like that. Gold Coast. And then this one goes to Blue Crater. And this one nuclear. Yes, space OSHA. Because this has always been sort of my thing with my factories. My factories are not only OSHA compliant, or at least I try to be, but I also, like, I didn't think that through. Yeah. This needs to go towards the ground. And then we're just gonna follow the little footprints that I made. Along the ground. Also, this doesn't look like going on a break. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Thank you for keeping on me. Right, going on a break. I'm bad at my compliance. Okay, wrong button. One sec. Okay. I went and did a break. I went and did an actual break. Did all the things. Now, I'll build some more. I want to build a big fucking platform. Out of foundations. They're just gonna brick over this valley here with the infinite abyss hole. Except there's greenery in the way. Where's my lawnmower service when I need it?
Bop.
Hello? Hey there, Cat and Bows. How's it going? That's a really good question. You are correct. Okay, can you hear me now? I'm gonna check really quick. Can chat hear Discord? No, it cannot. Okay, fixing that. Chat should now be able to hear Discord. Make sure all of the audios are correct. There we go. Where's my lawn care service when I need it?
Hello.
Hello. Nice to hear your lovely voice. I hope you're feeling well.
I am.
Good, 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 good. You are also on push to talk from the sound of things. Soup.
Alright, I set that up backwards. I can now hear. So I have a question.
Yeah, let's hear
How are we
it.
supposed to get the blueprint on without crashing?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I've never run into this problem before. There are two saves. Maybe one is I think the bit that is making it crash is the bit that's outside of the boundary.
That would make sense, yeah.
You might have to go back to the earlier save, but I don't know how bad that would be. Also, I did set it up so that you could bring in your lovely avatar if you wanted to.
I'm doing that right now.
Cool. Cat Brain is immediately like, hey, should I double track or single track this? And yeah, you came right in. There you are. And that's my food. Give me a sec.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. Chad, what mischief should we get up to while Mitha's gone?
Okay. You asked me to get some food, I got some food.
Very important. I love the fix it login screen to another person's save.
It's very entertaining and says all kinds of silly things.
Adding microtransactions.
In a game which there actually aren't any. It's
Spilling coffee. Revoking holidays. Hiring therapist.
which you know the Satisfactory Pioneer needs.
Oh, absolutely.
Because, I mean, you work for Fix-It, and also you're isolated on an alien planet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, you're gonna need so much fucking therapy.
Okay, so.
Okay, so.
You
Here's
save
Jerv.
and we try loading in this blueprint.
You try loading it in, and if it crashes the game again, we are going to delete that blueprint as toxic and will break the game. If the game just suddenly crashes, we'll know that's a no-no.
Have you saved?
Checking. Saved.
Save complete?
Save complete.
Alright, I'm gonna try that.
See what happens. Because when I tried it offline, it crashed.
Blueprint is loaded in.
Okay. Good. Didn't crash this time.
I think because I loaded it from the thing specifically.
That makes sense. What I tried to do was to apply it out in the world, and that causes it to crash, specifically.
I'm going to remove the offending piece.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to double track this section with the general idea that they meet back up on the far side here. And the train is generally smart enough to know which way to go because of the way the station is facing. But it also makes my life a whole heaping hell of a lot easier when I have double track available. Oop! Crash!
Interesting. So I tried to dismantle part of it, and it crashed.
Yeah, okay.
But dismantling the thing that the offending piece didn't crash it.
Did you save it after you removed it?
No, but I will try that this time.
Okay. Loaded. Or I lost about a minute.
I need a new session ID.
Did the session ID change? That's the question. One moment. It did change, actually. It's good to know.
Good. We're overthrowing the government.
Ah, very good. I like overthrowing governments. Particularly if they're fascists.
Removing dad jokes. Vacuuming the vacuum. Applying duct tape.
I find it a little interesting that there's the whole line about overthrowing the government from a video game that is all about a corporation. It's like, and this is from what? A Swedish company?
Alright.
What are they saying here exactly? I want to know what the exact political implications are.
So, peace on my save is still currently removed. I'm going to try to attempt to save the blueprint.
Okay. If it crashes, well, you know the routine. Well, game hasn't crashed. Yeah.
Okay. Attempt 3 is loaded.
I'm going to do a quick save.
Let me know when it's ready, and I will attempt to modify this.
Okay, saved.
I have modified it. It doesn't look like the game crashed.
No? Game's still up. I misaligned that bit of railway very badly. Narf. Okay. Slug! Alright. You know, I have a half notion to build a roundabout here because that's always what I do, but it's like, with the way I did the trains on this particular save, it's irrelevant. Except, actually no, now that I think about it, it is actually relevant because, well, I mean, it depends on how I want to get the uranium out of the cave for the actual nuclear reactor. If I just use a belt, I don't need another train, and I'm trying to cut down on the number of trains, because, you know, 50 plus trains is a bit excessive.
What do you mean?
In my Update 8 save, I had like 50 some odd trains and like hundreds of stations. I was moving everything by train, and there were some points where the trains were getting clogged up.
That seems like a perfectly sensible amount of trains to me.
So the general idea here was to sort of cut down on the number of trains and like have some physically separated lines. That's why I'm down to like 4 trains, but they're also longer trains. We're talking like 10, 11 car trains as opposed to like 6 cars max. But it also means I have a lot fewer stations, so it's like, let's see, how many actual train stations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 train stations as opposed to like 100. I'm about to build another one. Because at least in terms of the uranium train in Update 8, that could have been replaced by a belt. It just means doing a longer belt. Because I'm going to the middle of that cave there and bringing a belt full of uranium up here. But one thing at a time. $11-car train plus a station. 12 times 2 foundations each. That's at least 24. We have 10 so far, so I'm going to need to do another. What I'm thinking... So I'm going to put the train station facing this way, and I'm going to put it like about... I don't know... here-ish? With the general idea being... that there's a loop-back track over here. Glidable. I want to point the freight platforms in that direction. One. Y game. Why are we switching? When they're literally all next to each other. And I'm out of platform. Okay. Big fuck off concrete platform so we don't fall down the infinite pit of doom.
Infinite Pit of Doom, that sounds like, I don't know, my Tuesday. I
mean, you're not wrong. Capitalism is an infinite pit of doom. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Now that my lunch is done, I can switch off push to talk.
Ah, that's what was going on. Makes sense.
I saw a very funny meme that's like Android girl trying to flirt, slaps ass. This thing can run Doom.
That sounds like an April Heisenberg if I'd ever heard one. Okay, this one's gonna load while all the rest are gonna be unload. And the other main advantage of this is I can go bloop, power. Although I do have big power lines in the area that I could just use, but train.
I mean, I like big power and I cannot lie.
You other pioneers can't deny.
Alright, I seem to have fitted the exit pipes correctly.
Save it.
Alright. Now, would you like to save the game? And I'm gonna try to place this.
Good idea.
Let me know when game is saved.
Game is saved.
Alright.
See what happens.
Attempt 4.
3, 4. Well, game hasn't crashed.
Hell yeah. My magnum opus.
Okay, now I want to come see.
It's not done yet.
I believe you.
It still needs power and me to finish this last layer, which is a lot simpler actually than it is very simple because I already know the design.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to replicate it on the other end. Oh, and I need to put in the right, I need to fix the belts because they weren't properly made.
Gotcha. Yeah, I seem to remember when we crashed on Thursday. It's like there was still some work to do.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Okay. Right, because these three haven't been descent. Okay.
Okay. Plunk down the end of the hyper tube there. Make sure it's powered. All right. That's the hyper tube complete. Out to nuclear power plant.
Okay. Time to re-put in all of these lines because they weren't facing the wrong direction.
They weren't facing the wrong direction or were facing the wrong direction?
They were facing the wrong direction. I had you fix some of them, but you didn't fix all of them.
Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so I need some block signals. That one's the one coming out of the station, so this one's going into the station. Instead of doing English driving, we're now doing American driving, where stick to the right. But the signal's facing the wrong way. Switch the switch.
When this is done, I kind of want to post it on Reddit or something. Just like, look at this monstrosity. Be proud of me.
Okay. Just for absolute completeness sake, let's put a signal here. Signal. I wasn't even pointing there, game. Over here. There we go. Now. I'm gonna go over here back to my worksheet. One. Aluminium casing. There we go. Number 2.
Also, yeah, doing this with the rockets is... Jesus, that's so much easier.
Oh, you mean the hover pack?
Yeah, the rocket pack or whatever.
Okay, there are two backpacks. You've got the rocket pack, which is just, it takes fuel and it's just vertically upwards, and when you run out of fuel, you're just fucked. And the hover pack is useful when making blueprints because it relies on power in the power grid around you, but
Yeah.
it's called a hover pack because that's what it does. It just hovers in place. It makes life a...
The hover pack, that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I just wanted to make... Autism brain, when you use the wrong term, I get confused.
Very heckin' valid, my friend. Using the right term is the utmost importance.
It's like one of those... It feels really pedantic, but it's like, I'm not actually trying to be pedantic, I'm trying to be precise, because, of course, the way my brain works, when you say the wrong term, the thing that you actually said came into my brain.
Yeah.
And it's like, you said rocket pack, and it's like, okay, so I'm thinking of the one that's actually like a rocket. It shoots straight up in the air, and when you run out of fuel, you're just kind of fucked and die. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but you're talking about blueprinting. I always use the hover pack for that.
Yeah.
So it's contextual. I don't know why I'm talking about this. It's just this is the way my brain works.
And it is aggressively valid, my friend.
Thank you. How are you feeling after like Trans XP TTRPG yesterday?
Good. I just was exhausted for reasons.
Well, I mean,
don't know why. Burnout, probably.
yeah, I mean, there's probably a fair amount of just burnout there. That is heckin' valid. I don't know why I'm being so, like, coy about spoilers on the stream, considering a lot of other channels have already hit tier 9, and so me trying to be cagey about spoilers is just like,
¿Por qué?
yeah. I don't know, it's just, it feels like the right thing to do.
I mean, it's something that you disclose. And it was like, I'm doing spoilers, I'm not spoiling, you know, as I'm playing. Personally, this isn't really a game you can spoil. You know, for me personally, like, I feel the same way about 14, you know, it's like, looking at what buttons I get later in the game, the mechanical buttons isn't spoilers to me. It's just, you know, planning out my kit or whatever, you know, planning out what this looks like. And it's exciting to know what I can do once I hit max level, you know?
Mm-hmm. But I have a friend who plays Satisfactory. Melvarian, you've met them.
Yeah.
They're sort of like anything that they're not up to yet, they don't want to hear about it to like preserve the
Yeah. And that's valid.
yeah. And I
just
kind of
don't-
want to make the stream a bit more watchable for somebody like Malk who's not quite up to tier 9 yet,
Exactly.
as I am rapidly approaching tier 9.
Mhm.
Let's see, and so it's for people like Malk that I guess I'm doing it. But it's like as soon as we actually get to tier 9 and are actually like using it, at that point,
There's no return.
yeah, it's there's not much point at that point when it's like we're literally building the spoilers.
Mhm.
And I think once we hit 90 days from release, so 3 months from September 9th, or September 6th, sorry. It's October, December 6th. At that point, it's just like, yeah, you're outside the window. Oh god, I'm not doing a 100 car train, no way.
Rain. Large.
Yes. Could you imagine building the stations for a train that large? Oh. Alright, this one's going to be the input box. 11. Nuclear pasta.
Yummy pasta. All right.
I'm really glad you're not looking at the stream right now.
What, with me, my model just going like freaking out?
No, 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 no. I was making silly jokes.
Ah. Very good. Okay.
Okay. Before I do anything else here, one of the things I want to do is I want to put up a radar tower.
Where do I want this? To...
somewhere high up. Because radar towers work based on how high off the ground they are.
Okay. And then this bowl gets a splitter. This splitter, no. Okay, so this needs to be one lower. This is designed to work. Ugh.
Can't quite reach it. Mm. Okay, this is gonna look stupid. Wow. I made it.
I'm proud of you, Mita.
Oh, there's a hard drive here.
That was not good. Okay.
Did I get this hard drive, though? That's the question. Oh. Apparently not. Fire in the hole. Seven rebar ammo. Why? Okay. Oh, hi, Cliff Hog. Steel beams.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
Okay.
Oh, shut up, Ava.
What is Ava trying to say this time?
She's making a Planet of the Apes reference.
Oh, good. Because that went really well.
Controversial opinion, Planet of the Apes references are never funny. The one time the Planet of the Apes reference was funny was when Mel Gibson did it in Spaceballs.
That's really sad to think about, actually, that Mel Gibson wrote Spaceballs. Or was involved in that.
I mean, he also played like half the parts.
Oh, I'm aware.
I mean, I actually liked Spaceballs as a comedy.
That's what I'm saying. I like Spaceballs, so it's sad to see someone so weird and hyper-religious to be involved in a product I like. I'm gonna have to lift these by like 1 fucking centimeter, aren't I? There's no way this is gonna work. All right. Let's see if I can make this work, but I probably can't.
You don't know until you try.
Oh, I can just clip it.
Trains, radar towers. You know what? I'm gonna call this the Pasta Tower.
Yummy pasta.
Because we're about to make pasta. Oh, there are 4 more hard drives around here. Fuck yeah, concrete.
Okay. So this needs to be up a tiny level.
Because it's like, I went cruising through here several times, snatching up the hard drives. Looks like I got most of the Mercer Spheres and all but 1 Summer Sloop. But there's still 4 hard drives left? Damn!
Get rid of that.
They added a lot more hard drives than I thought. Okay. Well, I guess there's nothing for it at this point but to start building. I'm going to leave these power poles in place because they are now powering that radar tower. And sure enough, there's that normal copper. Impure, impure. There's just so many impure iron nodes in this area. Ah, see, these are normals. Okay, these 2 are impure, but there's 3 more normals over here in addition to these 4. So it's like, if we're hurting for iron, that's probably where I'll go. First things first, though. Imagine me scratching my head going, thinking. Let's put a buffer bin on these. Because if there's one lesson I learned from the aluminum plant, buffer bins are a lifesaver. Particularly when dealing with trains.
Yeah.
Because trains can cause things to become very spiky. One of the issues I was having with the aluminum plant was the whole thing would come to a grinding halt when the train came because all of the lines just shut down. Everything became jammed up for like a minute or so.
All right.
And it just would not recover well.
It's looking like I'm gonna have to re-fucking place all of these, so that's gonna be fun.
Are you having fun?
I mean, this part is tedious, but I am enjoying it.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
It's just the fitting the tiniest Lego piece back finally into it. You know, it's like there's a certain amount of like just barely trying to get it to work because you know it's gonna work. You just need to fit it, you know?
And you have to take apart the entire Jenga tower of Legos just to get to the one piece that you missed.
Yeah. That's
This
where
I
what
understand.
stage I am at.
I'm actually going to not have a bin on the input there because it will never fill. It's literally redundant.
But yeah, no, I fucking love building Legos. Legos are awesome.
Oh yeah, I loved building Legos as a kid. I did it all the time. In fact, one of my best friends, real life, which I'm kind of hoping you'll get a chance to visit while you're out here, is an absolute Lego maniac. Like, as an adult, builds Legos in her house. I'm hoping that you'll get a chance to meet and see at some point.
That looks within the bounds. Right? I need to do a crash test.
Alright, let me save. Game is saved.
Attempt 6. Wait, am I on attempt 5 or attempt 6?
Does it matter?
Yes.
I am once again using up concrete faster than the void storage can upload more.
Blueprints.
Okay. So, let's
Alright.
leave a buffer zone between the train and the building.
I am placing blueprint.
For
you wanna save again?
belts. Sure. 1 second. Overwrite the 1 p.m. save. Lorp. Done.
Alright, placing blueprint.
The whole game lagged for a second there.
Yep. So I am going dangerously close to the edge of the blueprinter, and I was like, I want to test to make sure before I put a whole bunch of work into.
Make sure the game doesn't crash.
Yeah. All right. Looking good.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
I mean, you do look quite amazing, Ethan.
Hell yeah. Have you seen this model? This model is awesome.
It's so pretty.
Indie Dairy did such good work. Yeah, apparently, my model sister, Lady Oka, was talking on stream about, yeah, Indy was so excited when he was working on the art for this model about, oh, it's gonna look so good, it's gonna look so good, I can't wait to show it off. And, like, here it is, finished. Everybody should go and follow Indie Dairy.
Already have.
He's a good bean.
Very good bean. I love my favorite part about this build is I took some of them down. I was like, no, I can't fit it, and then I figured out how to fit it, and then had to replace them. That was quite enjoyable. I was like, wait a minute, I have enough room. I'm gonna replace that extra row.
Blueprints. Actually, I'm gonna grab the instant scrap loop. I'm gonna move it out of there so it's not in there, and then I'm just gonna call this. Actually, I'm gonna create a whole subcategory.
I mean, realistically, only the attempt 5 really matters. You know, the last attempt. If you want to get rid of the rest of them. To keep
I don't
things
want to get rid
organized.
of anything right now. I'm just gonna create a subcategory under blueprints, and I'm gonna call it Cat and Bows. And I'm going to put everything in that subcategory.
Cat and Bo's monstrosities. Cat and Bo's RPs is game it out.
Let's game it out, yeah. Okay. Let's pull
Although
out.
I think mine have some semblance of order that his are trying very explicitly to define.
Or defy, yeah, because I think he just sort of laughs at the concept of order or organization.
His entire goal, he understands the audience of Satisfactory very well and builds in such a way to piss off every single person who enjoys this video game.
Whenever I attempt to go into nudge mode, it's like there's a key held down. Stop. But it's like I'm not actually touching a key. Okay, and now it just won't move at all. Okay, nudge mode is just flat out not working for me right now. Oh, can I fit one more? God, this is gonna be so cool when it's up and running.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. All right. So this should be much easier to place.
I am right over the death pit.
Death pit, death pit.
I do have a little bit of a fear of heights.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'm just letting you know. There's a reason why I have this whole thing about I want something underneath me.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why it's just like the whole thing about I need at least a layer of foundations under me, because I do have just a little bit of a fear of heights.
Personally, I prefer to be under the pretty girl, but you know. That's just me.
Okay. Nuclear pasta. There's our recipe for our final production. This is a line that once we get it up and running is going to keep producing for the entire rest of this game. Or at least this save. Because, oh man. Nuclear pasta is this really weird space elevator part because it then becomes a normal part that you just make stuff out of, which you don't really get with other space elevator parts. Okay, looks like I set these up to feed. You know what I didn't do on the blueprint? I didn't put in the splitter line for the upper layer. That was an oversight on my part. I'm gonna have to fix that.
This will be interesting because I have significantly less room to do this now. Because I did not evenly space these. That's alright.
Manifold of Doom! Actually, now I remember why I did that. I did that specifically because these lines would be feeding from constructors. Right, okay, I remember now. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it... Oi! Let me get out like a Blueprinter Mark 1 here. I'm gonna make a little tiny blueprint. that I'm then going to need to replicate like 12 times. Nudge mode is still not fucking working.
Weird, because it's working for me.
I don't know why it will not work for me at all right now. Yeah, it still will not work. Checking my documentation. Yes. 2 constructors per particle accelerator. Merger. And I'm gonna whip out a power pole. And because this is a very situational thing, I'm going to go ahead and actually plug the recipe in. Copper powder. I'm going to call this Copper Powder Constructors. Mark 5 belts, Mark 1 power, Mark 1 blue printer. Save. Clear. Retrieve the goodies. Pick this up. Okay, so here we go. So I take this little mini blueprint here. So one of the nudge mode is not working. I am so fucking reliant on that thing now. The idea here is to distribute the load among the 6 different particle accelerators, because one of the things... In fact, let's actually go back to the planning view for a second. So yeah, we've got some crazy numbers here. 1,800 a minute. I mean, hey Shinzo! Nice of you to join us. How's it going? It's a kitty and a kitty. We have 2 kitties. So yeah, even with the highest belts in the game, the Mark 6 belts, those are only 1,200 a minute. We still wouldn't be able to move 1,800 a minute. So we have to break this up. We have to break this up into manageable bits, manageable pieces. And like, we couldn't mash this, sit there and merge this all down and resplit 3,600 a minute. I would require tier 6 belts and then still divide it into like 3 of them. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide it into 6. And, you know, 3,600 divided by 6. Divided by 6 is 600 a minute. Which, yeah, we can do that with the Mark 5 belts. I'm making progress in this Zelda rendo I'm playing. Cool! Randomizers?
Hell yeah. What Zelda game?
Hey, look, nudge mode worked. Awesome. OOT/MM combo. Soul Find Hell Run. I'm assuming these words mean something to you, Kat?
Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, combo. Interesting. And then, yeah. Soul Find Hell Run.
Yeah, apologies. It's like, this is like a console thing. It's just, I've never been a big console person, so that's why I rely on Kat to give me translations. Okay, 3 down, 3 to go.
Okay. Whew. Thought I had to... I should bring it out a little further. I have all the enemies and NPCs despawned. I have to find the souls in the enemies. Oh, right, yes. That's so fresh. The worst I've... Gotta throw Key Sanity in there and lose your fucking mind.
Okay, now nudge is not working. I'm very focused on this being one of those factories. It's like I build it once and then it needs to live forever. Because I don't even know how I would rebuild this. So I'm trying to do it right the first time. And it's a factory. It's like I've iterated on a number of times, the number of times that I've played this game. So it's like Shinzo says, "I have all enemies and NPC to spawn." Oh,
Yeah, it's real painful.
I believe it. All right, so okay, so. Boundaries.
Wait. No, I need to.
Here's a question. How many foundries is it per particle accelerator? 6. So I need to do 6 groups of 6. But I can only fit 4 on a blueprinter.
Right, obviously. But this is too tiny. Interesting.
So, what if instead of a blueprint of 4, cut the problem down a little smaller? Let's do... Yeah, I've got a blueprint in here for 3 foundries, no belts. Oh, no modular load balancers. It does have belts, but they're marked 3 belts. So what if we take this blueprint? Since I need to do 6 foundries per particle accelerator, cut it down into manageable size so that it's like I do 2 of these blueprints per particle accelerator. Nudge mode is not working again.
Come on, I believe in you, Factory. You should... You can hook up to this dumb belt that you shouldn't be able to hook up to.
There we go, it nudged.
Okay. I do have key sanity and pot sanity, crate and bear sanity. Oh, so you just like the pain, don't you? Jesus fucking Christ. How long do these take you, out of curiosity? And for Mitha's benefit, sanity in this mode basically means you also mix those up when traditionally those aren't always mixed up.
Okay. This is me just sort of nodding. I still don't actually understand, but I'm guessing this is game mechanic.
Yeah, it's extra complicated for no reason.
Uh-huh. Blah!
Or did I put that down? Yeah, that's why.
I'm gonna power up this constructor line because I'm sort of reliant on the power to run the hover pack right now. There we go. And I'm hoping that just by the general nature of the particle accelerators being wide, that this will be wide enough. Okay. Playing Satisfactory a lot of times is taking a really complicated thing and then breaking it down into manageable bite-sized chunks.
You want that over.
Okay. Mark 5 belts, Mark 2 power, Mark 1 blueprinter. Okay, there's a splitter there. So we're going to need the next thing to be a merger facing that way. And we're going to need to put it on each of these.
Yeah, they're basically ROM hacks of their own. Sort of so interesting to me. Okay, let's try that one. Love that. Hell yeah, we got it to connect. Alright. So now I think the hard part is over.
Okay. Then the sort of general idea here. Smash on 2 of those little 3 foundry blueprints on each of those, and then merge them with those mergers. Okay. Which means we're gonna need like 12 of these. Positioning the first one's always key. Oh. For crying out loud. One more for good measure. Nudge mode work? They won't play nicely together. Okay, First things first.
That's the first split. This will be the second split. Yeah.
Try that again. Except this time, nudge mode's still not working.
So that's what I have over here, right? Yes.
It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, okay, that works. Because this can split into 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah.
And in theory, it's like it would connect like that. Now, the only problem... These are, in fact, not wide enough. However, I have a thought how to fix that issue. The particle accelerators are nowhere near wide enough to actually separate these out enough. But, again, separate the problem into manageable pieces. So, what if we... stagger them. What the Santa? What is this shit? Something is very wrong with nudge mode and multiplayer. Yeah, when I was sitting there repeating that error message over and over again, my hands weren't even on the keyboard.
Weird. Coolness.
And now it won't let me nudge again. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right there. So it's like this group feeds this one, which feeds this one, whereas this group feeds this one, and we just sort of stagger them. Grass sanity, cow sanity. I don't... How do grass and cows have sanity?
They don't in this safe. That's the secret.
That's my secret, Captain.
Alright.
Oh, great. Don't tell me those are staggered. They're staggered differently. Oh.
Okay. It's done.
Said Frodo at Mount Doom.
My
Your magnum opus?
24 constructor or 24 assembler build is done.
Alright, well, can I come and take a look this time?
Yes.
Alright. I'm heading there by train.
Okay. So it takes.
Oh my god, I just had a brainwave.
Oh wait, fuck! I didn't power it. Damn it.
I mean, that won't take you very long.
Yeah.
Because I just thought of something.
What?
I have a mischievous thing in my brain. Okay, first I'm gonna come see your assembler. And then I'm gonna give you a new one.
A new project.
Yes. A new blueprint I want you to do. Because I know you've been distracted and have not been paying attention to what I've been building. But my current problem is these things, putting 6 foundries on the ground is too wide. I need these things stacked in the air. So I'm going to have you do a blueprint of 6 foundries, perfectly load balanced, but with 3 on top of the other.
I already
All
had
right.
24.
Because it took you hours and hours and hours to do 24? I just need 6. Oh, wow.
Uh,
I see a lot of splitters, but no mergers. Where does it all come out? There, I'm guessing?
Sorry, let me get these pesky foundations out of the way. We don't need them anymore.
Okay. I'm also thinking of maybe we slap some signage on the input and exit ports.
Yes, that would probably be necessary.
It would just make it clear. It's like output is here, input 1, input 2 here. Also, Shinzo, another... they are thrown into randomizer logic, so every spade of grass I have to cut to see what it is. Thankfully, there's an option to have container to match content. So if it's main story quest item, it would be gold. Here, pieces would be red or hearts. Fairies are pink.
So you don't lose your goddamn mind looking for something. Although, I would already lose my goddamn mind playing that safe. So, this, if you would like to do signage, because that's kind of your bag.
Okay. Okay, just point me where, first of all, where is the exit port?
How do you need exit port?
Like, the one place where the final solution comes out.
Right. How do you ping?
Alt left click.
Alt. Right here.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out a sign. It's not letting me stick a sign on it. Well, okay. Sorry, for a moment, I'm going to have to do something funky.
My favorite.
I'm gonna go fork. I'm gonna put a little down arrow and say output. And then I'm just gonna take all of these foundations and go bamf. So I'm technically floating the sign, but it wouldn't attach, so whatever. And what are our the two input belts?
That I know very easily.
Well, that's good, because I don't.
Here and here.
Ah, okay.
I don't
Put
know
one
if you
in.
want those, pull the markage, like you see how I have those, the belts already kind of marked. If that makes sense.
Yeah, except I'm just going to do one thing in terms of marking them. Because what you've done is already pretty good. I'm just going to go slap a big sign on it. It says... I'm going to do input 1. Input 2. I'm going to take all of these foundations and vaporize them. Are they within the bounds of the blueprinter? Well, they didn't give me any red text when I tried it. Although they look like they're kinda on the borderline. Are they all powered?
Not yet. Do you wanna help with that?
I'm gonna admit at this point, I'm so lost, I wouldn't know where to start.
Okay. Okay, so that's what happened. These all got power on that one. Cool, cool.
Although, now that I'm thinking about it... Now that you've got me thinking about this... Why is that alignment so wonky?
Alright, I think I have power to everything.
Well, you won't know for sure until you actually go and apply it. But...
Well, I can check. Oh, found one.
There's always one. And then nudge mode stops working. I absolutely cannot function without nudge mode. I've become so reliant on it.
Do you want to save and restart for that, or?
Hang on.
Or...
Yeah, it's just... There's a ghost in nudge mode moving things on its own. Okay.
Everything should be hooked up to power.
Well, make sure to save your work.
How would you like me to mark this?
Finished version?
It's 24S. Mark 5 finished version 1. Mark 3 power. Mark 5
Belts.
Anything
And-
else you put in the margins?
I've already found something.
Yeah?
There's a belt here that's just hanging off in the void. It looks like it should have a lifter on it.
Yes.
I don't know why there's not a lifter on it.
So this is that one. This is that one. This is that one. This is that one. This is that one.
Boo.
That one.
Hello! There's a cat boy.
And we are live, just so you know.
Oh, I know.
There's now 3 cats on this stream. What the heck?
I've thought about doing this before, but I was like, oh, I won't do it yet. But I finally decided.
You are always welcome, sir.
Oh, thanks.
I have made a monstrosity.
I'm
has crashed
seeing.
The game
Yeah,
several times.
I can't tell what the fuck is going on. This game has never made any fucking sense to me.
Don't worry, this will.
It doesn't make sense to me, and I play this game.
Don't worry, this makes even less. This will make even less sense to you.
Oh god.
Probably.
All right, can you please save the game? And
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to place this thing.
Okay, hang on. Saving.
Well,
Here's
I
a
don't know
moment-
what you guys are gonna be doing later, but I'll be around. I just wanted to come surprise you. Give you a little
Honey.
last one.
Great success.
Great
Ready?
success. Enjoy your game. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Have fun. Good to hear from you. We like to hear from you.
Game is saved, yes, Smitha?
Game is saved. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! It lagged. Oh my god, it lagged. Oh, wow.
I'm proud of myself. I want to.
As you should be. The
I
thing
want
that
to test this beast out.
So the question is, what do we need 24 assemblers to make?
I don't know. You're the one that knows how this game works.
You know just as well. Give yourself credit. I think the thing to do would be to, like, make rippers. Which...
How do I put stuff in void storage?
Okay. Press tab.
Tab.
This brings up the standard inventory interface, but you'll notice there's a new panel on the left-hand side called Dimensional Depot. Now, at the lower left of the Dimensional Depot, drop items here to upload to the Dimensional Depot.
Okay. It's not letting me upload them.
Okay, does the like a little warning exclamation point over it?
Yeah, the blue triangle or purple triangle.
Yeah, that means it's full on that particular part.
Gotcha.
So I'll tell you the same thing I told Azure. My preference is, if you want to get some stuff out of your inventory, slap a box on the ground somewhere in the main factory and just fill it up.
Okay,
I will come
time to
back.
Put it in the opposite. Time to put it in the awesome sink.
Please don't.
I won't. But only because I like you.
Thank you, dear. Okay. Now, back to the thing I was working on.
Did you say you wanted any help with that or no?
I mean, I will take advice. I will absolutely take advice with this, because I'm kind of taking a page from your book right now.
Yeah.
Let's see, let's actually back that off slightly. Because essentially this is using your school of blueprinting. And I am literally going to go and use this in the field immediately after I finish this.
Hell yeah.
In fact, you can come along and see me do it, because it occurred to me on the way back here that it's like, hey, wait a minute. If I made one of your style blueprints,
You could fit 6 quite easily.
I could fit 6 quite easily, and that would solve the problem that I'm having out there with the space requirements.
What I will say is, I don't know if this saves space, but it doesn't save it. It saves it laterally, not vertically.
Yeah, if it's a situation where I'm trying to keep it within a certain floor of a larger megastructure, this would not be my first action. However, the thing that I'm currently working on, where the ceiling is not really a factor,
Yeah.
would absolutely benefit from this style. Let's see.
Interesting.
There, perfect.
It doesn't seem to be working.
What?
Too many things are red.
Well, first of all, they probably do not have a recipe.
Gotcha. That would.
My suggestion is start with rippers. Just have a big machine that makes nothing but ripperonis. Because that's just 2 parts you have to feed into it.
Do you think alternate or regular? Stitched or reinforced regular?
It really depends on where you're going to go build this. If you've only got iron nodes, then use regular. If you've got a copper node of any decent quality, then go with stitched.
Got it.
By the way, why don't you use your... whatever.
Use my what?
I was going to say, why don't you use the actual blueprinter for what you're doing? But then I realized, no, you're testing. Okay, this is 6 foundries, but floated. You can see my dysnomia in action. Mark 5 belts, Mark 2 power, loading, exclamation point, Mark 1 blueprinter.
Alright.
And I'm going to save this.
I'm gonna remove all the versions that don't matter. Sound good?
Alright, that's probably a good idea. Holy Mother Mary and Joseph.
Okay. I did a lot of deconstructing and reconstructing of... and so a lot of ports ended up there.
Understandable. I will, feed these back into the system so that other things can use them.
Alright,
On my save, I do not waste. Would you like to come along?
Sure.
and see me actually, like, deploy at least the one I made for my current project. If you'd like to come along, hop in the rear car.
All the way to the back?
Yeah, I know it's kind of a long train. But yeah, there's a helper unit on the rear end of the train. Climb in.
Okay. Let's go.
Here we go. Going around to where I'm currently working on.
Here we go.
Here we go. Tight whiplash turn here.
Is this slightly slower than hypertubes, or?
My problem with the hypertubes is right now their speed is not consistent.
True.
At least the train's speed is consistent. The problem with the hypertubes is when you're going up the hill, it slows way the heck down, and when you're going down the hill, it slows up. It speeds up. I have put a hypertube out here. If you want to use it.
The train does go faster downhill.
Uphill, definitely. So here's what I've been building. I'm gonna hop out. So you can sort of see what I was thinking, but it's like, it's sort of a convoluted mess. So what I'm gonna try now is I'm gonna take out each of these. And try this sort of cat and bow style blueprint instead. Line it up with the existing merger. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. And yes, these are going to be part of the final finished build if this works.
What do you need all of these to be?
There is a recipe. It is the only one that is a copper ingot recipe on the foundry.
Copper alloy ingot?
That's the one. They all need to be set to that. because these things use a lot, and I mean a lot, of copper. And so I am alloying the copper with equal parts iron. Let's get some power going.
Because you have more iron, obviously.
Yeah, but this recipe takes them in equal parts. But what I don't have is enough copper on the planet to be able to feed this straight up. It's gonna be a mixture of using foundries, mixing in iron 50-50, and also some overclocking to make this work. And we're also draining a significant portion of the grassy fields' copper supply.
Very good.
All right. The constructors should already be set, as well as the particle accelerators themselves. Now, we need to start hooking these bad boys up. We're going to get started with the 3 copper nodes right here. Alright, these bad boys put out 240 a minute. We're gonna overclock them just slightly to 300. And then each and every one of those setups that we built up there is gonna take in 300 iron and 300 copper.
Nice.
So we've got, my suggestion is to put these 3 like right into the middle. So like this one, this one, this one. So the 2 down on that end, I'm going to bring in copper from further afield. Same with the one over on the far left side over there.
Okay, I need to run to the restroom real quick.
Very important. Self-care. And it's going to take a bit for that to saturate. Okay, these two are going to come from that copper node there and that copper node there. And then the one over on the other end is going to come from that copper node there. Now, the 6 normal iron nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4 here, which fills up the 4 on that end, and then we have 3 more iron nodes here, so I'm going to tap 2 of these 3 to go in the other end. So overall, there's going to be 4 belts coming in from this side and 5 coming in from this side. Just to be able to make all of this work. Fortunately, once all of the copper ingots are brought together, we're pushing about 600 a minute through each of these Mark V belts. So as long as they're Mark V, it should be okay. Just don't try to overclock these. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. It will do nothing. It will do nothing. So I'm thinking, let's see. 5 belts. I should have a stack for that. Oh, but it's on the old playthrough. I need to make a new one. Okay. I can do that. Yeah.
I actually kind of have somewhat of a headache.
Okay, go self-care.
I'm gonna log off. I'm glad I got my monstrosity completed.
Yes, and I will find an excuse to use it. In fact, I've already got some ideas in Tier 9 of where we're going to use it.
Very good.
It's just, I need to find a recipe that calls for multiples of 24 assemblers. And then I will probably, like, ring you. It's like, hey, you want to come troubleshoot your blueprint?
Yeah, that sounds lovely.
All right. Will you be in chat?
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down and
Okay.
get some ibuprofen and stuff in me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hugs, love you.
I love you. I hope to see you in chat. Gonna do a game save real quick. This massively improves my frame rate when I do this, so I'm doing this. There we go. Oh yeah, yeah, I can already feel the increased frame rate. All right. Two, three, 4, 5. That's 4 iron belts and a copper belt. And one other thing I'm going to do while I'm at it is I'm going to add 1, 2, 3 water pipes. I hope 3 is going to be enough. If not, I'll add to it later. And a hyper tube on top. Actually getting up towards the top of that particular blueprint. Woof. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. 5 belts, 3 pipes. Hypertube. Gonna add this to my stacks. Save. Clear. Okay. What I want to do is not fall into the abyss. You kind of get an idea already what I'm going to do with this. And then sort of head that way. Sort of turn the corner and go north. Six. About there-ish, I'm thinking. I'm hoping that that reload fixes nudge mode. It did. All right, good. Excellent. I have my nudge mode back. Hell yeah! Okay. And then I'm just gonna head north. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, trim it down to just one foundation. Six. Four, 5, 6. And I'm hoping that'll be close enough to the ground where I can just walk on the ground. Walk up the hill here. The general goal is to knock out the initial, like, 100 for phase 4 in no time flat with how quickly this thing chews through them. But it then needs to stay up for tier 9, which is going to ask for more of this, and the parts that follow that sit there and use this space elevator part for other things. Hi. I'm sorry, but we are actually going to build a bunch of shit here, so... I love it when they blow themselves up. That's fun. There's an explosive on you. I'm going to shoot plasma. Boom. Pig. I think I blew up a paleberry. I didn't want to do that. Oops. Where's my lawn care service when I need it? You know, the one thing I should have thought to bring out here. It's power towers. Power tower. Can I reach that one up there? I can. Hell yeah. I'm hoping we have enough power generation to power this. I am a little nervous that we're gonna overmax our power with this thing. I hope not. I'm hoping I built enough power. See, I did a revamp of Pelosi Island. I switched it over from residual fuel to diluted fuel with blenders. Ah, I'm surprised Azure's model is not the beaver with how he chews through wood. Yeah. Ah, this is true. Come on, mouse, stop it. 1, 2, 3. 4. One iron. 2 iron. If this clips to the power pole, I'm moving the power pole. It did. I knew it. Okay. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna grab my solo stack pillar. So, this bad boy. Which Shinzo will probably recognize. Okay. Now, will this reach? No, it will not. This is going to be the 5th belt. Which is going to be the copper belt. but I'm gonna need some electrical power. Good thing these ones have power nubs. Because there's the copper node that I was going to grab from this side. Oop. Will it reach? It reached. Okay. Now we just need to do the long drag with all of this. Got 4 iron. Oh, can't forget. The other thing that I told Cat and Bows earlier is these all need to be slightly overclocked to 300. That just happens to be the number that we got doing all the math for each of those foundries. They're each taking in 300 of each material. So all of these need a slight overclock. That's fine. It's just a tiny overclock. Because they're doing 240, they're just going up to 300. 125%. NBD. Schloop. 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 I still can't believe we're full on nuts. $24. This is how we use up nuts. Sit back, have a drink. And as opposed to watching Iron Mouse attempt to play Satisfactory, I'm not going to sit here and handcraft this entire game. There we go. Bloop. And now we used up some of the nuts. Including the ones in my inventory. Yay! Actually going to bring out the rocket pack for this, because there's not going to be a whole lot of time around power towers for this run. And I'd rather have the emergency oh shit rocket pack button. In case I do something dumb. I wish Azure were here to come along with a chainsaw to help me clear the brush around to the belts. And this is basically what we're going to do the whole trip. Oh, except for one thing. Can't forget. Why am I building a hypertube along here? Well, A, in case I want to get out here to where all these miners are, but B, there's also the chance that I might use it as a leg along the journey to something deeper in the Titan Forest. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to use it for yet, but it's I was sitting there building the stack, I might as well plan ahead a little bit. Just a little bit. I was thinking, it's like, I like to try and save the greenery because I like having a world of green, but it's like, also, I like having my friends around, and if that's what Azure wants to do, cut down trees, then that's a little more important, I think. I have my own personal private saves if I want to try and preserve every lick of the greenery. That's clipping through the ground. I don't like that. It's like, I don't mind a little bit of spaghetti. What I mind is clipping. Mostly with my stuff. No tree is safe around raccoons. I mean, exactly. The question is whether the trees would be gnawed on or stolen. I wonder if the constant allegations of stealing everything are offensive to actual raccoons. Stretch. Okay. 1 second. Okay. I stood up and did a stretch. I like this new system where it's like you don't actually see the spam bots showing up in the chat anymore. You just get a button that says, "This is a spammer. We think they are a spammer. Shall we ban them?" And you can hit yes, ban. And then you just don't even see them in the chat. They don't even get seen. Theft is a national pastime among raccoons, and they understand that stealing from large companies deserve to be stolen from. Exactly. Particularly if they're harming the environment. There was a Batman comic I was reading recently. Where Superman's, hey, there's this big thing happening to this company upstate in New York. Are you gonna deal with it? And Batman's like, nah, I'm not touching this one. And Superman's like, but why? They're calling for help. They're being attacked by a supervillain, Poison Ivy. It's like, yeah, they were evading a bunch of like EPA regulations, and they were doing a bunch of toxic dumping. I figured this was much more in Ivy's wheelhouse, and honestly, They're a big corporation. They're not really good people. I sort of figured this just isn't my wheelhouse. I'm gonna let Ivy take this one. I think she's in the right and not me. And Superman's like, what do you mean? It's like, I beat up the homeless and the mentally ill. Am I really in a good place to talk? Upload. Upload. This is the somewhat boring and laborious part of this process. I mean, in my opinion, Batman should stop being a billionaire and use his wealth to help people. It'd be a lot less crime then. Yeah, one of the things I did like about the new Batman series was that the Wayne Foundation was in the business of making, like, private public transit systems. And, you know, I'm always a big fan of public transit because that helps everybody. Because that seemed like it was at least a little bit less toxic of a billionaire, but it's also somewhat putting a lipstick on a pig. Also, I kind of think we need to look at Arkham Asylum. It's like, if Arkham Asylum's got such a high recidivism rate, where most of their patients are getting out, doing new crimes, and then coming back constantly, are they really doing a good job of trying to help people? It kind of feels like maybe the asylum also has some of the blame. Also, Arkham Asylum has priors with their doctors becoming supervillains. Looks at Harley Quinn. Or should I say Dr. Quinzel? One of the things I loved in the new animated series was how it put more emphasis on the fact that, no, she was a damn good psychologist. Once. And she was Harley's therapist. And at one point really helped Harley. Hi Harley, hi Ivy. How you doing? Good to hear from you. Almost there. Now, as soon as I build this up, some of these are immediately going to kick off and start running. Fun fact, he's called Batman because he fucks bats. Hi, Harley. I imagined that post being said in her in her sort of Brooklyn accent too, and it's great. Sociopath. Get it? Why do people keep getting that wrong? I got that lined up. Yeah. Even Commissioner Gordon agrees with you. Let's do, a little U-shaped lifter here. I just want to have somewhere for the finished product to go, because as soon as I connect some of these up, that one, and that one are going to immediately kick off and start running. Assuming I didn't fuck something up. And also this one, actually. I mean, yeah, it's immediately going to kick off, but I think... Let's be smart about this. 1, 2. I'm gonna start with that one. So that one's actually going to be reversed. It's going to be iron on the bottom and copper on the top. Fortunately, since these are physically separate little foundry groups, it's not going to care at all. The others are going to be copper on the bottom. But this one, it's just convenient. 2, 3. Ah, there goes. Two. This one only needs to be 4 tall. Ugh. Just a little too long. Got 2 running. And this will kick off for the 3rd line running. And then this guy is just gonna go bloop, like that. That should get a full 2/3 of this operating. These 2 are gonna come from that direction. We'll have to run some separate lines for those. But you can sort of see how in my previous builds why I did just 4. Because it's immediately simple to pull that much material from... Frank, get off the miner. From, you know, those coppers and those irons up there on the hill. But one of the things I realized last time is also, like, hey, there's more in that direction. Which is what we're going to do with these 2. Particle accelerators are not going to kick off yet because we haven't actually belted up the other component. The pressure conversion cubes, which are being made back at the home base, but I haven't put them on the train yet. And also the train is not running automated yet. Now. Yeah, here. I'm going to pull the normal copper from here and here. Impure, impure. I just need 2 normal iron nodes, which I could take those 2, or I could take all 4 of these, which would actually equal the same thing. Impure, impure. I was kind of thinking just taking the 2 normals right there. Because otherwise I have to sit there and do the math to sit down and distribute 300 among 4 impures, and I'm just like, ugh, brain. Instead, what I'm kind of thinking is the 2 irons there, that copper, and then bring them in here. So a sort of pattern of like boop, 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 boop. Kind of like that. One, two, three, 4. No hypertube on this one, because I can't think of any reason why I want to put a hypertube on this. But I can think of a use of putting power on this, actually. Okay, so what if I... Okay, this is silly. And then put a little power nub on the top. Kind of makes me want to put a little sign on it that says police call box. 4 belts. I think I'm going to start at the far end and work our way back. Picking up belts as we go along. And I'm also thinking, because it's like we have the train track down here. See, there's one copper node, and the other one's over near that tower right about there-ish. But if the map don't lie to me, these should be normal iron. Perfectly normal iron. Yep, yep. 1, 2, 3. This is Cat and Buzz's starting place. Slag.
Upload the slug!
Bet the mana ray. And I'm going to do something incredibly silly. And this is how we're going to go over the train. Ramp. Ramp. No, that's not good, Camelot. It's a silly place. Perfect for a cat. A cat walk. Yuck, 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 yuck. There is a piggy on my tube. Violence. Get off my tube. Upon this rock, I shall build more pasta. But how are we going to get it up there? Foundation floor holes for boats. Here's a really fun fact. These are technically foundations, which means you can use conveyor belt floor holes on them. So let's do like one right here. Actually, I need them a little close to the middle. So right about there-ish and there-ish. And I'm gonna grab myself my new blueprint that I just made. Wrong. There we go. Take a little power line. Send it to the ground. Oh, I missed him that time. Two, three, four, five, six. Boop, boop, boop. There goes the aluminum train. Oh hey, I made it right to this point. Almost. Just shy. And then take the power nub across. Piggy! Your compliance is appreciated. Now the next one is gonna be over there. So I'm thinking, let's put our next little stack here. I didn't really think through this too well, did I? Is that going to connect? It actually does, but let me do a better job. Yes, we can. Oh yeah, hi Malvarian! You were mentioned earlier. Yes! These are what I call stack blueprints. I've got a whole series of them. Everything from like a simple one belt, one hypertube stack to this one, which is a belt and a pipe. This one is just one I call the drag pillar. It's literally just one belt and a power nub on the top, nothing else. And then I quickly just spam them out across the map as I'm dragging belts or pipes of resources. See, this one's a double, 2 belts and a hyper tube with a power nub, sort of stuck on the side there. And then you have the monstrosity, 5 belts, 3 pipes, and a hyper tube, which I was building with a little earlier on this program, and then right now we're using 4 belts with a little power nub on the top, which this is what we're building now. It just basically saves me some time and effort when I'm building lots of, you know, belt stacks like these. By blueprinting part of the process, you know? That way all I have to do is sit here, connect the belts, connect the power nub, and off we go. Now the next thing we're gonna belt up, there's a little copper node right there. So I'm gonna do my same little thing that I did just a little while ago. Fuck it. When in doubt, hover pack. That's actually not bad right there. And go. I need it just like 1 tick to the left. Okay. Stop. There we go. Hold that. Is that only 1 tick? That seems like more than 1 tick. How you doing, Malvarian? I was mentioning you earlier, we were, Kat was here and we were talking about, tier 9 spoilers. And, like, I had mentioned that it's like, I was spoilering a few things when I was putting up signage on the train, because they were references to things in tier 9. And the question then becomes, it's like, why am I spoilering this when we're almost to tier 9? And those things are going to be, like, we're literally going to be making them soon. And I'm like, well, because of like folks like Malk who don't know, I haven't reached tier 9 yet. But I figure when we're actually making them and they're flowing down belts, I'm not going to be able to hide it anymore. Okay, this is the last miner for this set. Let me put a, OSHA compliant walkway. Whoops. That's one too many. There we go. For those rare moments when the hover pack just decides to disconnect from the power coming from the railroad beneath and just drop you for no readily apparent reason, even though you still are within range of the power and have plenty of power, but it just drops you to the walkway for no reason. You have a safe walkway. Okay, that clips a little. I don't like it. And because they're a blueprint, they're easy to quickly remove and put somewhere else. Ooh. You cat. Fish. Fish, fish, fish. Fish. And I'm not going to bother putting a ramp on that because it just goes right into the hillside there. Okay. Fish. Okay, back to my blueprint. Where... Ooh. Hydrate. Hydrate. Got it. Hydrate is done. Select all. I was falling to my death yesterday, and though I was technically farther from the lines than a sec before, it did connect me again and save my ass. Good. How far are you on your progress? Are you still in phase 4 or have you completed it yet? I need to know. This is very important. Where are you transporting me to? Or are you just doing it to spite Lavos, who isn't here right now? Wait a minute. Is it half buried in the ground? It is. Why is it half buried in the... At least blueprint delete will let me remove it all. Okay. This is going to bug the crap out of me. Like, why is it half... Why is my blueprint half buried in the ground? Why? So I am pretty near Gate USA. Yes, I am about 45 minutes to the south. And if you ever come and visit Cat, we're going there. Still in phase 4, only did the second part of phase 4, almost done with the first, not started with third or fourth. Yeah, as you can see, I finished the first 3 and I'm now working on the last one. Lizard Doggo did a dig and buried? Maybe. Do lizard doggos act like actual doggos and like dig and bury things? Maybe that's where they get all the nuclear waste from. And then I usually just sort of drag the belt along until it turns red, and that's where I put the next stack.
Nudge.
That way I don't have to, like, count foundations or anything. It's just sort of, nope, that's its max range right there. Oh, turned red. I'm just going to put this one right on the end. But I want to make sure it doesn't... You're going to make me do it again, aren't you? Put an actual frickin' foundation on the end. So that it doesn't try and clip it through the ground. And, you know, having the concrete bits on either end looks sort of like, you know, bridge foundation, so I'm actually not too bad. Not too, unhappy with that. Alright. We're gonna turn the whole thing that way, because we're headed that way. Bloop. Should probably go into the... Okay, I can take all these stamps off now. I was just using that to illustrate the route I was going to take. And while I'm here, boop, power. Now all of these should start filling up. Come on. There we go. Bloop. Turns red right there, so... Bam. Yeah, I feel that's where they get their stuff from. Yeah, probably. Digging underground like frickin' squirrels. I don't actually need to drag the power line anymore, but I'm going to because of my hover pack. You can actually see the factory there in the distance where we're going. Turns very slightly. The advantage of going at max belt range here is that it won't try and wrap it around backwards, because that's literally longer than it can go. Well, now I can't see where I'm going. Come on. Why? Gonna have a ton of just iron ore sitting in my inventory by the time we get back. Space elevator part number. Actually, I don't even know what number we're at now. Oh. You get my tongue. You have achieved blip. Now the fun part is figuring out. Like to be pet, doggo is doggo. Yes. This is true. This is valid. Let's. Why does it default to the idea of having it turn 45 degrees? So we need to get it over to there. So let's start by turning a corner here. 1. And 2. And I think maybe one more here. Felt that. Remind me, chat, I need to go back and overclock them slightly to 300. I didn't think to do that. I was so distracted. What? What? No. Piss off, you wanker. That's not gonna work, is it? Well. Get to teach you one of my old tricks. It ain't terribly pretty, but it's functional. Ooh, a little too much. Now, There is a little thing in here called a frame wall. How far can I validly go down with this? Not that far, apparently. Still not that far. Come on. Why you no attach? Why you not click onto the rest? Why? Why? Oh no. Oh, coffee stain. Oh, coffee stain. Oh, coffee stain. What? Oh, it's doing the same thing down there. Okay. I'm just not going to use the frame wall. At least that sits centered. Yeah, the OC gods are very much not happy. Now, one of the things you notice is I'm able to go down validly at least 2 segments each time. That's because we're going 2 foundations out. Let's see. 5, so this one could be 3. Here. Get the stuff out of my inventory first. Alright. This guy, can he validly turn the corner? He can. But that looks stupid. That at least looks better. So I'm going to take another hex window, and then I'm going to go... It's actually not a hex window. I actually don't need the bottom one because we just took that one out of the stack. And I know that one will connect properly. And actually... Let's take the copper off the top. A little copper off the top. Just take that one off. There. That one should kick off. Perfectly load balanced. As much as you can get with base game tools. And then I'm just going to take the last two and go bump and bump. Overclock's 300. We need to go back. Especially that top one. It looks like it's producing so much less than the other one. So much slower. Why the heck? Oh, because it was saturated, that's why. Now they're producing at the same rate. Okay. Consistently over 1 to 300. Manta Ray. $300. $300 a minute. And 300 a minute. Okay, if I've done this right, then we should have a nice steady flow of materials going back to this factory. We should be able to produce pasta at a steady rate for the rest of this save file. Now let's go back and see where the problems are. Besides the fact that I haven't put pressure conversion cubes on the train yet. Parkouring! Woo! It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. All right. Now we just need the pressure conversion cubes. From the train, which I should have marked as this bin here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Coming. There we go. Alright, let's go back to base and get them. And then the pasta kitchen will be complete. Ad break. I was so busy banning a bot that I missed a switch. Back 'em down, back 'em down, back 'em down. Why are we screaming why, cat? Cat and Bose? What's going on? Okay, nuclear power plant. Unload. Aluminum casings. Where's my list again? Rotors. AI limiters. Crystal oscillators. Pressure conversion cubes, the thing we really need right now. Smokeless powder. Modlists. And EM control rods. And then we're gonna load pasta. Save. Save changes. Alright. Now, that was a while ago when you were having issues with the belting. Understandable. I will sort through these later. But before stream, I did make a point of going and setting up these 6 assemblers that have been merrily cooking away, making pressure conversion cubes. Hopefully, if we go downstairs, we should have a bin full. Already ready to go. Take that to the train, and we should be able to set it to automatic. So I kind of want to go with it, because I want to be there when the first pasta gets made, because I'm a nerd! Yep, full bin. Take these to the train. Hmm. You know, that probably... Oh! Come to think of it, just using regular stacks would probably have been a better way of doing that mess I just did back at, the power plant. I may go back and do that. But for now... Popping on audio? Popping on audio where? What? Where popping? Popping on audio where? Where, what? This is an autistic thing with me. It's just like, I hate, like, bad audio. It gives me a headache. What's going on? Talk to me, God. Bonk! Going back and I'm listening to the audio on the stream. Ah, okay, I see what's going on. It's not... No, it's OBS. It's OBS. It's OBS. Hang on. It's an OBS issue. Hang on. Hang on. There is a memory leak in OBS. 1 second. Stream is also very far behind. And they're also desynced. Like the video is like way behind where the audio is. No, the mic settings are correct. Hang on. Yeah, the audio is caught up, but the video is like 2-3 minutes behind. Thanks, OBS. This is great. This is great. I wish there was a... Okay. There will be a brief pause in the stream where I go offline. Because I am forcing OBS to unfuck itself. One moment. Going into I'm going into BRB. Okay, anybody there? That was an OBS crash. In progress. Very slow OBS crash, but it would crash nonetheless. Hello, cat. Yeah, what you were hearing... Bork, 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 bork. What you were hearing was the audio desyncing with the video, and the video getting slower and slower. Yeah, it says the connection is excellent now. It's now functioning normally. OBS had hit its memory leak capacity and was starting to essentially drop frames from the video, but not the audio. And so the audio was desyncing, and you were hearing the desync. So, I don't know if what I said makes any sense to you, but that's what was going on. Yeah, Twitch is now saying excellent connection quality, whereas before it was saying unstable. Because of course, you know, it was sitting there dropping video frames. Because OBS was in the process of crashing. Okay. What? No. Why would you think that, game? Little bit of Chrissy Crossy. Turn the corner. Head out towards the trains. We'll just follow the aluminum. And then we should be able to sit here and go boop, 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 boop. I wonder if Malk is still there. But yeah, that was a case of OBS fucking the fuck up. Meow. Hey Malk, glad you made it through. I did want to actually Finish making pasta, because that's what I set out to do today. Was start the pasta kitchen. I like how every once in a while it gets the count wrong. Hey Malk, how long until I hit the death wall? I imagine I have to get out past the Pelosi Islands first, but sooner or later I'm going to hit the death wall. Alright. So... follow my signage. No. Yeah, this was the thing that I was referencing earlier with spoilers, because like aluminum casings. Spoilers. Rotors, AI limiters, crystal oscillators, spoilers. Pressure conversion cubes. That's the one we want. Bump. And to make it easier to find. Okay, the way I figure this, bring it to about here, and then just start making a series of stacks. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2. Roughly there-ish. Turn the corner. I need to put one in the middle. Basically, Cat and Bows, if you ever see Twitch saying connection unstable, generally that means OBS is about to crash. Zemunra!
Zamunra is now
Thank
following.
you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy yourself. Let us know a little bit about you. See. Or not, if you're not comfortable. It's fine. This is the point where I'm going to take it off the stack. I'm sort of planning that the rest of the stack is going to be about all of the other parts on this train, because essentially this factory is going to go through like 2 expansion phases after we finish this part. After we get the pasta cooking. And there we go. We are now loading pressure conversion cubes onto the train. But, yeah, all of the rest of the parts are going to be used in different phases. This is the first phase where, honestly, I'm going out to the middle of the grassy fields because that's where most of the copper is. There's like a significant amount of copper there. Enough for me to do this particular project. But there's also other useful resources there, like by that, there's that little cave by that particular spot that has the uranium. So, of course, there's going to be a nuclear power plant there that uses the uranium, and a bunch of the parts are for that. The aluminum casings, the rotors, the crystal oscillators, and the electromagnetic control rods are for the nuclear power plant. And then there's a few additional parts that are for making nuclear nobelisks. So the nobelisks, the smokeless powder, and the AI limiters are for making nuclear nobelisks. You know, these things. You know, whenever you want to use nuclear fallout as a weapon. We're going to be making these as a product. I am not dropping one of those in the middle of my base. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Because it will leave a patch of radiation, which will linger. Meanwhile, gooped basta. Let's take this down off the train. Now, somewhere in this... No, I'll say it. It's a clusterfuck. Down here in my clusterfuck of a logistics floor. Because eventually my lower logistics floor always turns into a clusterfuck eventually. If you just keep adding to it and keep adding to it and keep adding to it, eventually it turns into a clusterfuck. This belt here actually goes directly to the space elevator. And it goes out about this far and stops. Because I have to get over these belts. And I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that. Yeah, if you take a logistics floor and you complicate it and you complicate it and you complicate it, eventually it's going to become a mess. Even if you know exactly what everything is and where it goes, eventually it's going to look like a mess. And I mean, take a step back and look at this. Just look at this. I mean, it's basically the time-honored tradition of taking a giant mess and hiding it under the floor. So that you have this. Nice and neat and imperfect little rows that are very carefully organized. You know, refineries, manufacturers, assemblers, constructors, smelters. Very nice and neat and organized. Yeah, cat. But the thing is, there actually was some order and some sense to it, and that actually kind of proves my point. Like, there's some sense to this. It probably only makes sense to me because I built it, but... like, it does make sense to me. Like, this stack is materials that are coming on and off of the constructors and going into the assemblers. This stack is stuff that is coming on and off of the assemblers and going on and off of the manufacturers. Vice versa here, coming on, you know, on and off of the manufacturers and onto blenders or refineries. Make me think of Ada judging your factory. She said it was the logistics choices. Ada's like, some of your logistics choices have been interesting. Which is, you know, absolutely a southern way of insulting somebody. It's just like, oh, it's interesting. Yeah, thank you, Ada. Fuck you. Go forth and fuck thyself. Did we already completely empty that bin? I think we did. Yup. Oh well, that means we should have a train full of pressure cubes ready to go over and start making pasta, right? I can finish belting the finished product belt. And get back. I didn't expect it to empty that quickly, but I suppose Mark V belts. Should have a completely full bin. I have a completely full bin. All right. Yes, I absolutely want it to pick up its first load. So we need it to pick up the pressure conversion cubes and take them out to the factory. And then we will begin pasta cooking. Meanwhile... Now we see if I did my job right. Goodbye! And there we go. I love these things and the sound they make. Now, those of you who were around at Update 8 and remember seeing these things, they look a little different now. They really got a texture upgrade. And we now have 6 of them. Okay. Pasta Kitchen is running. I'm gonna do a little bit of fixing on it probably over the course of a couple of days off stream. I'm gonna clean this up. I don't like this. I'm gonna probably just use ordinary conveyor belt stacks instead. I was hoping to do something fun and interesting, but it didn't look good when I was done. Oh look, a nice little train. And this time the rear car is going to actually pick up the pasta that we have cooked. Because we now have some cooked pasta. The animation didn't complete, it just sort of hung. Okay, cool. whose spam has been on tonight. There we go. Now, let's take a look and see. Is it just Kumi again? I hate to sit there and raid the same person 2 nights in a row. I also want to clean out those bins from Cat during the next couple of days. General plan. We're gonna be off Sunday. Monday, TransXP TTRPG. Send me a link, Cat Mose, send me a link. In DMs, I will take a look. Yeah, TransXP TTRPG will be broadcasting Monday. And then this series comes back, the Satisfactory playthrough, comes back on Tuesday. It would be nice if we would then have, like, mods, so we can go back to it being a modded playthrough, but I'm not holding my breath. Okay, let's see here. Where is that belt? Where is it? Let's go over here. 'Cause I got a belt with glowy things. See? They're glowy. Although I think they're not as, like, glowy as they used to be, I think. I think they actually sort of toned down the glowiness on it. But hey, you know, whatever. I can thread a needle like a seamstress. Bam! And then that belt is Mark 5 and should take it directly. Oops. I can hit the door, really. To the space elevator. Ah, there they go. And 6 are in, and we're off. Ah. But the cooking. Okay. As much as I like Kumi, I do like to change it up every once in a while. Who we got here? ADHD, LGBTQIA. Goth, not my birthday. Interesting. You know what? Sounds good to me. I am game to meet a new friend. Alright. So yes. Milk, I hope you're streaming later because I want to watch. Sunday we're off. Monday, TransXP TTRPG. If you haven't joined the Discord, it's down in the about. There is information about the Discord down in the about. Nudges, Malk. Nudge, nudge. I finally went and got a Discord set up. The invite link is down in the about. Hope to see you all Monday for TransXP TTRPG, and we will be back with Satisfactory on Tuesday. Everybody, we're gonna meet Cat's friend. Have a great evening. Make sure to take care of yourselves.